Hello, everybody. How are you all? Hope you're all doing alright. Sorry, just adjusting my microphone. Today we're playing the Stanley Parable. Yeah, remember when this was announced? Like 10 years ago? I remember. Begin the game. Now, I have been told that we need to do some of the things from the first game before we get to the new stuff. The first game you get on Steam? Damn.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
By the way, I should probably warn you ahead of time.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was.
I don't know if this will matter, but for some reason my right earphone is quieter than the other.
Job was simple.
Hope that won't be important at all.
427, and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him.
It's definitely not a Half-Life model.
And in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month.
That said, press M and J. What happens if we do that in game?
Stanley relished every moment that.
Aw, you're sweet, Chica.
Though he had been made exactly for this job, and Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No
Fun
one
fact,
showed
this whole
up to
game
give
is an
him
allegory for
instructions,
gaming
call a
addiction.
meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at
Or at
the
least the
company
original
had
was.
this
I don't know if
happened.
the new one
This
is.
complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Now, there were a few settings that I enabled that I don't actually know what they do. Something called translated labels. Another thing called colored. I can walk through the chair. Another thing called colored labels. And something else. Oh yeah, trigger warnings. This is my favorite ending.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to
This is
himself,
me. This is what I would do.
Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday,
Yep, that's me.
they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
That's my favorite ending. Okay. 428.
All of his
Whoa.
co-workers were gone. What could
Weird
it be?
lag spike.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I hate Monday. Wait, that's not what it says. Yes, it is. What does that say? I can't read it. 428 is your office? Aw, we're right next to each other.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of
Who
his co-workers.
farted? Oh, hey.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
What does this say? I like work, I just hate my boss. Fair. That's a bug. You see that? Hire me, I'm a good game tester. I'll find all your... Hello? How the mighty have fallen. Somebody needs to extract all the textures in this, because they're clearly upscaled to have actual things written on them. A420. Input received? I hate Mondays. What does that say? Can't read it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We'll just do the vanilla ending first. Yeah, he did.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
This is an awful calendar. Cabal. Oh yeah. I remember this. Telephone directory. I sure hope that doesn't have any actual numbers on it. Teenagers, size of demographic, space between the teenagers. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please no more charts, please, I'm begging. Boss appreciation minute. Nah, fuck 'em. I don't even know who my boss is, and fuck 'em. Oh my god, they're getting more charts. Oh my god, the sun is a chart. Help, I'm a post-it. That definitely says something. They're very funny charts. Oh, that's what it means. Okay. So like in case you're having trouble reading. I love the broom closet ending.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I love the broom closet ending.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
How's the audio, by the way? Am I too quiet or too loud?
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
You can't jump. Get your first achievement.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending?
The broom closet ending was my favorite.
I hope your friends find this concerning.
Chica? Chica, what do you think of the broom closet ending?
Stanley was fat and ugly and really rich. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I love when the narrator is just a huge asshole out of nowhere.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby?
I'll wait for
the
this
person at
finish.
this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities.
There's
It's
nobody in the
indicative
room
of
right now, but
long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
There's nobody here, narrator friend. For some reason, I just absolutely love random, extreme hostility.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Ooh, it's the
You
broom
too?
closet.
Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Stanley was stupid and fat and ugly, and nobody loves him. Alright, unless there's new content, I'm pretty sure that's it for the broom closet quote ending. Yeah. How can I forget the drugs and hookers? That's one ending marked off.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There's a Payday reference around here somewhere, I forget where. Executive bathroom. Yep, oh, hello. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes, if the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. As the boss knows that what the boss says goes. Boss has suffered losses. And that's what the boss chose. I'm gonna screenshot that. That feels important. Extreme bathrooms. It is. What happens if I close myself in here? I might find out where this is a picture of. Oh. Oh, this is new. Why? Okay, I said that we were going to do the normal ending first.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had
Is
been
this a new
keeping from
office?
him. And so the boss had assigned
Looks
it
the same
an
to me,
extra
except for
secret
that
number,
line.
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad,
Oh,
Stanley
whoa,
happened to
that's
input
new.
the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into
That was
the newly
definitely a
opened
level
passageway.
transition disguised there. This game has new content. I can't see anything.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when
Hold on, I'm going to pull up a notepad. I can write down what endings I get. So far I only got the broom closet ending. Gonna see a Frey Fazbear plush? What?
this question would not go unanswered for long?
Oh yeah, and the stay in office ending. Stay in office ending. My microphone is too close to my keyboard. Hold on. Now it's even closer to my mouth. There you go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that
I'm gonna disable that. That was something that I selected, the translation labels.
read Mind Control Facility.
Mind control facility.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the
Guess.
strength to find out?
Monkos.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each
Oh,
bore the
no.
number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of
Oh,
so
that's an
many
error.
individuals reduced to images on a
I
screen.
wish I could zoom
And
in a bit.
Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated?
Some of these peeps
to
are
accept it
fired.
blindly?
Or guys. There's probably an ending if I can get down there, because I remember that being a bug you could
No.
do.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
Yeah, that was a
Happy
bug in
or
the
sad
original
or
one that you could
content.
do, and it
Walking,
didn't do anything.
Eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Imagine
As the cold
console
reality of his
disabled.
past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Yeah, there's a
For
few
he
different
would
things I
dismantle
noticed.
the controls once and for all.
Like, this is definitely new. That part used to have a set of numbers that would link you to a Rickroll.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won.
Uh-oh.
He had defeated
Is the stream
the
acting up?
machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet,
Meanie.
even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all
I love you
he needed
too.
to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yay! Beat the game. Alright, that is... what is that ending called? I'm just gonna call that the normal ending. Or would we go from there once free? To the ditches because we have no money. So...
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply...
oh, that's why it's
remembered.
called the normal ending.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Hey, input received. Again. I want to do the 430 click thing.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Rapid clicking noises.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Damn. I love you, Sheikah. It's hard to believe we've been friends for that long.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some
Playing a
hustle,
clicker
Stanley.
game over here.
I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417, where is that? 417. Right here.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. We can do this. 437.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415. Yes. Let's go. 415.
Now, back to door number 437.
Yes, boss. 437, where are you?
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Yeah,
All
the copy
room
machine.
417. I'm really
417.
feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
This is basically my job.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. You're
Yeah, I'm
really
on
the line,
desk.
Stanley, I like that. All right, let's keep it up.
Rebel.
Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416.
We've almost got it. Now the copy machine, do that one again.
Yes, copy. Copy machine. I don't think I've ever seen a copy machine in real life.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 43. Yes!
Yeah!
I did it. Oh, wow. That felt amazing.
Click on door
Oh,
435
yeah.
times.
Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
What happens if I do it again? Nothing. Now there was one ending I recall. I don't remember entirely how to achieve it. Oh, there we go. Yes.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then
Void
praised the game
ending.
for its insightful and witty commentary into
Boob
the nature
ending.
of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yeah, I mean, I played the
Well, I
original.
don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like right now.
Has 2
You
parts?
could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit.
Yeah,
Any of
yes
these
and
points
no.
and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so
Boo.
manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningless
Well, while he's doing that, I should announce
The
I'm getting a
fire
whole new
had
PC
long
next
ceased
week.
to function. Which is why he is in this parable.
Cost
And yes,
1,300
this is
something.
quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You
Yeah, I
too
decided to because the
will
GPU I
become
got
quite
didn't
unbearable.
actually change very much. Like, there was a small performance increase, but not that much. So we're just buying a whole new one. Along with that, I'm not going to be streaming on Tuesday, because I'll be going on a date. Managed to get a date with a cute femby. Which I don't know if that's the right word, but... Gonna toke up, watch some horror movies. Maybe a sex. He seemed like a really nice person. So if I suddenly stop streaming or stop talking in Discord after Tuesday, you know who kidnapped me. Sex. How long is this song? Oh, okay. It's gonna be my first time doing weed and first time doing a girl. If that happens. Which it might not. Probably won't. Do I actually have to restart here? Oob. Board and ending. Alright, now let's do the other way.
His co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
Hopefully
So,
my new
now that
PC
you're
will
here,
be
what do you
strong
think?
enough
Isn't this a fun and
to
unique
try doing
place to
VTube
be?
stuff, but
Why don't we
that's
take
a
minute
whole
just
nother
to drink
question.
it all in?
And a lot more money.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop?
I know
Do you
what
think
would
it would have
happen.
been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
I already did.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one.
Yep.
So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
Nope.
Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cheers. Do 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 do. I mean, I know what to put on the starring soon screen now. That was my dog. Would the point... I don't do the point thing anymore because it contributes to lagging the stream. But when I get my new PC, I'll start doing it again. What? Should this be the point thing? Where like you pay channel points to have something appear on screen? I think that would be funny. Okay, I think there isn't anything left to this. Boob. Fun ending. Jump scare points. What happens if I click again? Alright.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Where's that one PC that's once input? Guess not here this run. Strange. I want to investigate that
Stanley came
new
to a set of two open
room that we
doors.
saw.
He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
Room within that
Feeling a
void?
wave of disbelief,
Do you
Stanley
know
decided
this,
to go
or
up to
are
his
you
boss's office. Hoping coming to a staircase,
saying...
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No, I want to investigate the new thing here first. So do we go up or down? Let's go down first. This is YouTube music. This is Kevin McLeod. You can go down. There's whispering. You can go down on me anytime you want, Chica. The narrator is freaking me out. I can't tell if they're from above or below. I don't know, this is a very long elevator, right? This is like a Silent Hill elevator. Can I open the door? Oh, is that all it is? He's just humming? Bruh. Okay, let's try going up then. Okay, so it doesn't do anything. Incredible. What if I press up here? And, oh, I can't step out. It looks the same to me. Oh. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Okay. Did that change because... I don't know.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of
This is a fun
anxiety
one.
isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Calming New Age music.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Yeah, that's a hidden level transition. Undeniably. What if I go this way? This actually... Oh, hello. Where am I? I can't tell if that's anything. It looks like a room. I can't seem to navigate it. It feels like just a little pocket. Huh. Yeah. That elevator sucks. Hey, I can go back up.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Thanks, narrator. I really appreciate it. Oh, there's a second code? That's still just a little nook. What if I go down and then go up again?
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Oh, A. Okay.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
It's not gonna be the boss's office. One of these times it's gonna be something else. Wow.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Oh. Okay, no, this is the point screen.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
I want one of those. Just to say that I have one.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Okay, let's go back down now. That works.
Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just
I can't help but notice that there's a gate
Stanley's
here.
decision-making is a breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
No, let's go up again. Okay, I think he's done with the commentary. No?
You know what? I've just thought of something.
What
Hold
the
on, let's
fuck
stop
was
for a
that?
moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. I simply don't want to let that feeling
What
go.
is Infinite Ward gonna release next? Is it gonna be
Why don't
Call
we
of
take
Duty?
This elevator ride nice and slow. There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible.
Yeah.
They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the
Feels Fallout 4,
Where's
man.
the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be
Hello?
developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over
I
and
heard
over.
that.
Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive.
Uh-oh.
That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley.
10 years
I don't know
ago.
if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better.
Whoa.
Good, we're here.
Who could have anticipated
The room
this?
where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
That's Stanley. We never saw Stanley's face before. Live on stage. Oh, I can't go back down. World's healthiest human being, all tricks revealed. How he did, the pyramids. Live, the guy who went to Mars. That vending machine? I don't know what you're referring to. An evening with World Peace Baby. Oh, I love World Peace Baby.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
What are the chances that we get a reference to the beginner's guide? A Q&A with world's first sentient machine. Oh, I don't like this. Doing great, a conversation with Alexander the Great.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going
That was
to
a
speak
Minecraft
little
sound
bit about
effect.
the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable
Stanley
narrative.
Ryder.
Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Is that his full name, Stanley Ryder? Stanley, me, Dad, age 6, story. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You are too cool. Good luck on stage. Rock on. Break a leg, champ, your boss. Break a leg, champ, your boss. No one tells stories the way you do. Go get 'em, Tiger. I love the way you ride elevators. XX. Stanley. My tree? I can't read that. Also, I love this. I unironically love this wallpaper. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. An audience with the dude who came up with pizza. The Lord. Whoa. Hello, everyone. Oh, look at those janky animations. Oh, I love it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Oh. What do we call that ending? The storyteller ending? That was incredible. I am the world's greatest storyteller.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries?
Is
Did
it
something
raining
crucial
outside?
happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Wait, what happens if I go outside while it's raining?
At first, Stanley assumed...
Nothing. Weird.
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply...
Must just be a random element. This game loves those low random elements. Just throws them around willy-nilly. Oh hey, new content! I love new content!
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
The elevator is the stage ending? Okay. I love new content. Oh, this is spooky.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
I was expecting him to say for 2014.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Wow. Ultra Deluxe.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
This is what they spent 9 years working on.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
The jump circle!
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Whoa! Oh! I can jump! I love the janky tax too. Yeah, jumping! Yeah! I love jumping.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
This new content is incredible.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else.
Well, this is fancy looking.
I'm ready for whatever it is.
That's Bottomless Pit. Thank you for enjoying the new content. You're welcome.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stan, This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason
Yeah,
other than to
it
make
got
an easy
rushed to
dollar.
store
And don't get me
shelves.
started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
I
What
saw
quality
that.
assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated
I saw that,
and
actually.
I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try
No,
and
I
get back
love
to
this
what
new
the Stanley
content.
Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
I want you to
What do you
read
say,
me the
friend?
dictionary. Oh, it reset itself. That would be the new content ending. Okay. Well, guess that new content is still coming.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
Oh
I
no.
want to show you something.
Guys, we have to vent. Coffee nut. We have to be sus. Amogus.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Ooh.
Just our little secret. Take a look.
It's Elden Ring.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh boy. I love that. Is this a baby? Oh no. Get that out of my sight.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Uh-huh. Oh, are these like their awards? That's nice. Ah, good times. Good times. The original remake. $1. Trip down memory lane. I'm just not even gonna try that anymore. Stanley Parable demonstration. Unachievable. Go outside. Nominee. Stanley Parable for the British Academy of Film and... That's not real. These aren't real. New video game releasing today. That's just smudges. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. Deals tough choices. That didn't happen. In loving memory of little Stanley. Aww. He's so cute. can't sit on the bench.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
That was an hour. Ah yes, good memories. Tasteful, nostalgic. It was good. Oh. Let's go. Alright, Sheikah, up or down? I'm letting you decide. You're 3 hours behind, so I'm deciding for you. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, that's actually pretty cool to look at.
Here's another moving
Source.
passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything
Wait,
else.
I remember
It didn't
that.
need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Oh, think you opened the wrong door. Bud, the serious room. Well, my... Do I go back?
These were simpler times, Stan.
Ah.
But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh, no.
Reviews.
God, no. Stanley, it's a collection
Steam
of reviews from
reviews.
Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't
Oh,
looked at
no.
these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Uh-huh. Oh shit, the call out.
To play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
The call out.
Funny? I'm not trying to be funny.
Whoa.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Oh no, so many Steam reviews. Imagine you post a negative Steam review for a game and it appears in the sequel. Your review appears in the sequel. Can't help but notice that with each of these not recommended, there's a recommended next to it.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Hey, Sterling, because Sterling reviewed it, remember?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button.
This
we
all
shall have.
negative reviews. Oh, is
And
that a
here
skip
it
button?
is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you
What's
forward
back
in
here?
time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just
Nothing.
the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which
Yes.
time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination
I
works
agree.
backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture.
Yes.
It went on for
Very
nearly
science.
10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time.
Okay, it's
at which time
looping.
everything all at once. So. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what 渇бү귀9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that
Where'd
the
the door
amount of
go?
time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's... Well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't
Yeah,
there a
that's
door
why I
that led
asked.
into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large
No.
crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip
There's the
button.
fan.
There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking
doesn't
you to
seem to
work
be
with me.
working.
We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Cool. So how long should we wait for? I'm thinking like 10 minutes. So I can't help but remember that when we vented, there was another path we could take. Or we just ignore him. 03 test. The time is 3:01. We are 1 hour, 18 minutes, 16 seconds into the stream. Do you think the person I'm going to be going on a date with is watching this stream? Just message me on Discord if you are. Still got about 8 minutes. We can do that, we have patience. What have you guys been up to? I haven't been up to much of anything. I've been trying to write down ideas of a game that I want to make, because I'm hoping to start working with a friend of mine who is really good at 3D modeling. And if they're up to help, then we could get started on a game project together. And I think that that's a good idea. Having somebody else to help hold me accountable will certainly improve the chances of actually getting it done. It's a game idea I've had for a while now, but just haven't put forward the time or effort in making. Because executive dysfunction. But that's alright, long as we get to it eventually. The idea is that it would the same genre as like Dead by Daylight, Identity V, Friday the 13th, those kinds of games. But more intent on recreating like the idea behind slasher movies. Like a lot of articles or reviews for Dead by Daylight will say, oh, it's your slasher movie game come to life. Well, if you've ever wanted to act out Halloween, here's your chance. But I don't seem to recall in Halloween them ever working on a generator, but they can power a giant gate so they can escape the claws of an amorphous entity and reappear to do it again. There's only one movie I can think of where the killer puts people up on hooks. And that movie didn't have the hook summoning giant spider legs. I don't know many horror movies that take place at a coal mine either. I can think of one. Day of the Dead. No, that wasn't a coal mine, that was a salt mine. You're 4 minutes behind, it seems? That's pretty bad. I'm just gonna press the button now.
Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week or 2 weeks. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything.
Is the narrator dead? Button. Ow. What? What is this noise? End it. Button.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, "Enter."
Button. That would not still be there. Button.
The end is never the end, 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 is...
Button. You have to be skipping like literal centuries at this point, right? Button. Oh. Getting Portal 2 vibes. Button. Button. Ooh. Yeah, strong Portal 2 vibes. Bowies. PNGs of Bowies. Button. Has the world ended yet? Button. Button. Whoa, whoa, everything is slanted. No thanks. Button? Button? I think I have to. don't see any buttons out here. Well then, I'm gonna name that the skip ending.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself.
I'm pretty sure there's
support and
an
guidance from
old folk
others,
tale
so the
about
thought
something
of
like
total
that.
solitude was
About what
terrifying.
just happened. That looks different. New content. Oh boy.
Good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay, what are we doing now?
You see,
New
Stanley,
content.
I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step
I don't like
even
this.
further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Wow.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new
I can't tell if this is an
experience, built from the
extension of
ground
the
up.
last
Why,
one.
there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Taste the sequel. Oh, okay.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
New mug. I love new mug. They're back. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old busted, new hotness. Boring sections of the chart, cool red section of the chart. Oh, I love the red section. Oh, is this like possible logos? That one is terrible. That's bad. That one could work. That's just Mafia. Two ferns. More the Stanley Parable, better Stanley Parable. Win, it's 2 words. Sequential mind share, the color red. Leverage holistic value. Brick and mortar approach, ew. Hate bricks.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Who took the red marker? Me. Scrum? I don't know what that means. Design pitch, break, pitch design, number 2 chat. I appreciate it. Crab. I agree. Sequels are good. Portal 2, yup. Half-Life 2, yup. Batman Arkham Asylum 2, which was Arkham City, yup. Batman Original Sin 2, yup. Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2, ha! Imagine liking Dark Souls 2. Can't possibly imagine it, ain't that right, Moge? If you're watching this, that's a crow. This way to the show floor. New features, new content. Oh, it's the new content bus. Jom City. I love new content. Expo Hall 2. Wow, that's a big 2.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I don't like the implications of that. Mug. What are some of the new features? Please no screenshots. Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. Oh, I saw you post. Oh, I'll save that for last. I saw you posting about that, Chica. Infinite Hole. Office decorations. It's so much I don't know where to begin. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Name, hear yours today. I'm scared what it's gonna say.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience
Incredible.
of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I am Jim.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Whoa.
Whoa.
I wasn't finished setting up the backstory.
Oh,
if you
sorry.
don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim.
Oh shit, I'm doing
developing a
that.
substance addiction as Jim. Rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim. And finally, dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I don't
If
want to
so,
be Jim
then
anymore.
Please step forward and press the button. Jim. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again. Jim. Oh,
This is a
even
direct
harder the
reference
second
to the
time.
Fallout
If this
4
were the only new feature in the Stanley
your
Parable
robot
2, it
says
would
your
still
name
be worth the
thing.
money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too
Is
emotionally
it me or is
drained
it
from
cutting
all of
off
this
the
personal
audio?
validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Fair enough. I do love being
I
Jim.
suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
I don't know about that. This t-shirt is the best new feature. I like that. I would unironically buy a shirt that says that. Or a shirt that just has a giant 2 on it. No explanation. Let's go this... Wait, what's back here? Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. That's secret. Oh, I'll save that for later. How many people do you think took a screenshot of that? Expo Hall 2 guide. N is the jump circle. Okay, I'm there. So, yeah, Z is merch. Settings world champion. What?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
12th birthday, easy.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Nice. That's true, though.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
The jump circle. Oh.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Yeah, I love jumping. Q free achievement. What? Free, new, and easy achievement. It just... Yeah, this is a direct call out to Fallout 4. Free achievement. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pop... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
When? Give me my achievement, old man.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Let's see. Zhang's World Champion. Reassurance Bucket. Let's look at the Reassurance Bucket. Hey, that's clever.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Oh, I need
As
that.
long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
My bucket. I have a bucket.
Can you feel it?
Yes.
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in
Yes, it is.
Can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Oh my.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this
I
and
love
more
my bucket.
awaits you in the Stanley Parable too.
I get to keep it? Oh.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
It is. You win. Congratulations. Office decorations at 3. Wait. Oh, we did that. So I missed settings champion, which is here? I don't see it. Whatever. Collectibles, A9. It's up there. Infinite hole at K. Down there. And exit is E. Okay. So I know where to go when I want to leave. Collectibles.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Stanley. Yay! I got one.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I hate it. I hate being rewarded for my efforts. Let's check out the epilogue. Epilogue.
Epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Hello? Ah, Sang's World Champion. Here we are. Hello? Okay, I guess there's no Sang's World Champion. Infinite Hole free achievement. Check out the Infinite Hole. I like this bucket. Rim surrounding area depth. Uh-huh. Ah yes, I love science.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
No, I want to keep falling.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
No, I want to keep going. I want to recreate that scene from Bill and Ted where they play cards in an endless pit.
But it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Ow.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person...
I love
wants to
falling.
fall infinitely?
I do it every
the
day.
hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
I'm always the problem.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
Mostly infinite.
Then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I like this. I'm staying down here. Okay, there's nothing.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Yeah, the audio is like cutting him off occasionally at the end of his sentences. Oh, there's an up. Oh, no, there's not. Alright, what more is there? Log collectibles, infinite hole. I think that's everything. It was time to leave. Well, very nice art.
All right.
Reminds me of Mirror's Edge.
Everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Whose bag is this? I like that sort of art. It's real cool.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet.
Yeah, it's cutting him off.
These features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
No.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
How do I get down there?
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of...
I can't.
Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter
Thing
how
is, the
good these
first
gags
game
are, they
kinda
don't stand
just
on their own. They would need the
kept
structure and the
going.
gameplay of the
But
original.
by the end,
Wait,
it just became a
maybe
checklist.
that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Whoa. Settings. It's just the settings. This is like some control stuff now.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big
Nice
building
balloons.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call
It
him
will
up,
someday.
or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company.
You can tell
had
that
this
these are
happened.
in-game
This complete
screenshots.
Isolation.
Or not
Something was
screenshots,
very clearly
in-game.
wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as
You know
he
what I
came to
mean.
his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone.
Is this
What did
actually
it
a
mean?
new...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It feels like it's actually new. Oh, hello.
Stanley
Bucket!
picked up the bucket.
My bucket now. No new content door.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna write down that we get the sequel ending. And I will be right back.
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to... Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
I heard that, you son of a bitch. For some reason, my stream is spiking in CPU usage. And dropped frames, which is not great. We're only going for another hour, though. Let's see what's new on the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I would love it if they redid all lines of dialogue to refer to the bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Yeah, it's cutting off like right at the end. That's freaking me out.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Bucket.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Wish I could drop the bucket. Like, play with it. Like Skyrim items. Fuel. At the annual subcommittee meeting of Internal Revenue Analysis for committees of the Royal Revenue Dissensions Club. No girls. Oh. I like being a girl. Okay, I think that's everything.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Brass item? Let's go this way.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I'm going to kill myself.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Oh, base. Okay. Do we count that as a separate ending from the normal death ending?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see, there's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Was I fucking muted for that whole thing?
Aha!
Whoa.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious.
I actually
that you
haven't
meant to
played
play
this
as a
game.
creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of
Creep
twisted
tower?
erotic purpose.
Oh
Yes,
no.
that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Hey, it's the cool ass. I've never played Firewatch, by the way. I'm loved to.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
Don't go down? Why? You know more about this than I do. No, I'm back up. I'm good now. Do you watch fires in this game? Are you a fire detective?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Whoa. Okay.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing.
It's
big,
a valve.
open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
Yeah, I hate open worlds.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Going to go Attack on Titan.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
What is it? Oh.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost.
Well, we're gonna get
Now,
run over.
This is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back,
There's a
but obviously
hole?
there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley,
I love
think
sports
it's
ball.
sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay,
Give
Stanley,
ball.
here's the ball. Have fun.
Yeah, I'm going way faster.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Yeah.
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked
Yes.
so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for
Oh,
an
I
even
love
more
balls.
euphoric sports experience.
I'm not on a team, I'm just a rebel.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
I love balls. Oh, I want to touch these balls. Or rub them. Put them in my mouth. Oh.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley?
Yes.
Are you having fun? Is this a real video game?
Yes.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
Oh,
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is
Okay.
my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want... Hold on. What are you doing?
Oh, I
Stanley,
think
don't
I
do that.
just
I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
broke it.
How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oops. Oh yeah, I remember this ending. This is the one where you go back to the first game. Can't see anything though. A fun fact, the original Stanley Parable was a Half-Life mod, and it was exactly this. Yeah, the original Stanley Parable mod. It's like a Gary's Mod map. Or something. Computer was on? What computer? Oh, well, too late now.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
I'm gonna mark that as a new ending. Even though it's spiritually the same. Gaming ending 2.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Figurine Finders Committee. Meeting today in the meeting room. I wrote gaming ending too. That's good enough. Balloon. I want to get the figurine.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
Give me my
lounge
Stanley
first,
Parable
just to
anime
admire it.
figurine. Go
The
put it in a
lounge was
jar.
sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah, jar.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about
A Stanley.
mini stands? Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Yes. Oh. We have to vent. What?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had
You
begun.
didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between
Yeah,
you and me, all
no.
the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock.
I
at the
hate those
phenomenal and
theories.
intricate storytelling. It must
They're
be so
all
simple
terrible.
to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Is that an ending?
All
Hello?
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, that's an ending. I'm gonna mark that as the vent ending. No, the recording ending.
When Stanley came to
On my
a set of
list, I
2
get to
open
decide
doors,
what they're
he
called.
entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Should like make a flow chart
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he
for
wasn't
all of the
5 years ago.
decisions.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
That's
but the
new.
fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten.
That connects to that room.
Please, stop trying to
Where
make
could
every
that go?
decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Oh my.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to
So
do
which do we
this,
do? Do we
to
call or do we
reach out to
unplug?
her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Call or unplug. For her.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Haha.
Gotcha. Oh, come on.
He
Did you actually
does.
think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm
Yo,
trying to
same.
make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
No.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
It is? Wait, are you being
This is
serious?
a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
They changed the model there.
Stanley is quite a
Of
boring
the
fellow.
mannequin.
He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
There's no special sound
Pushing
effect when I
buttons,
press the
doing
buttons.
exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind
I do
his desk,
that.
Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
TM.
And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I ain't gonna do it. Might be new content if I don't. This also has the same bug we were looking at the start of the stream. I'm pressing other buttons. I don't think anything's gonna happen.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well,
No, I
maybe
don't.
this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again. And Stanley
Please
pushed
die.
a button.
Okay.
And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
That is the Stanley pushed a button ending. So, I took a screenshot of something earlier that looked interesting to me. In the intro, there's instructions on the monitor, the instructional prompt. So please press ESC on your keyboard for 35 milliseconds. I space M and J. That does not appear to have done anything.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Try on Stanley's keyboard. Alright. ESC. I. These keys do not have letters on them. I. Spacebar. No, let me try that again. ESC. I. Spacebar. M. J. Yeah, no, that didn't do anything.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It is different. I noticed that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I
And
think
now we
perhaps
pull
we've
the
gotten
plug.
off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact
Oh yeah,
is
there
that
are
the story
3
has
vents.
been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision.
So the
by
screenshot I got
I'm not asking for me.
also says millisecond times.
This is it, Stanley. Your
Maybe I was
chance to
pressing them
redeem
for the
yourself,
wrong amount of
to
time.
put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
It does.
That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Yay! I'm
It's
wrong.
definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll
To get the
credits.
millisecond
Not picking
timing?
up the phone
Oh, right.
is actually somehow an incorrect course of action.
For some reason I
How is
read that as
even possible?
millisecond
None
ending.
of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
We've been caught.
I can't believe I was
Exposed.
So mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this
I'm
game for so
Sabrina.
long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
I love this instructional video.
It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world
Wait,
to make
this is
life better
new.
for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
My goodness, it's 4:30.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this
Define
time,
a
your
choice.
instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back.
Well, these
You
aren't
noticed
new.
that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good
These forklifts,
decision-making,
that is.
we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
This way, plea. What happens if I go in the vent now? Oh, I can't. Can I go in here? No.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately,
Wait, can I
it
can
seems
still
this
access
place
the
is
vent.
not well equipped to deal with reality.
Oh no, I can't. They removed the thing. We got this.
Almost
We can
there.
make good,
You'll take the
real
door on the
decisions.
left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That
exactly
means
as Stanley
choosing
would.
Responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm
Yes.
quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
On his left, yes.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Yeah, that's a good question, actually, Sheikah. I didn't think of that. Uh-huh. This looks like it's working great.
It's ruined.
It's okay.
I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage?
Cool.
It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever.
Kinda.
Reliving its impossibility.
Not really
forever.
my thing.
I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
Danger everywhere.
No, I have to.
I love that
I have
sign.
to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Oh, the simulation is crashing.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. Did you think that
Yay.
would be funny?
Yes.
You just had to see?
Yes.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He
Stanley.
understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it.
Did he swear?
I tried so hard to make
I wasn't paying attention.
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
On the left.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
On the left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I can't make the wrong choice. Hey, that's back to the old one. We cannot do the... Or can we?
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just
Voice
last week.
detection.
Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open
Night
the door?
Shark
Would it still work? There was only
115.
one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from
This was a
within
cool
himself
ending.
the courage to face the unknown.
Night Shark
He drew a sharp breath
115.
and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. Night Shark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay,
It's fine.
You're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
Walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
That is the choice ending. Now, there was one ending in the original game that had everybody's interest, because it went pretty unexplained.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had...
I'm gonna go ahead and try that. It was very ominous and creepy.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Mission status. Hey, this is different. There will be a reward for finding them all. Stairs, something to do with stairs, nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. Yeah, I remember that. Well, I'll take a picture of this. Yeah, it's definitely the bathroom.
Coming
One
to
is
a
probably
staircase,
down there.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name
Just call
better
them Stanleys.
encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay. Let's try it. So the trick is that we need to walk in and walk out. Oh, hello. And walk out as it's closing.
Okay, I think we all...
Yes. Let's see if this changed at all. Okay, so this room is the same. So the color palette's a little different. Never mind. That was weird. You are now leaving. Now, in the original game, this was a very mysterious ending and nobody was really sure what it meant. But there were theories that it might have been unfinished, because it would try to load files that didn't exist. And there was a sign somewhere that said something like both the player and the narrator need to be present. It's very tall. Yeah, really. Yeah, this one. The obscured text here apparently reads that in order to activate the escape pod, both the narrator and the player need to be present.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need.
Escape pod ending.
If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
What if we take the bucket with us?
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Hey.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Maybe now he'll stay with us.
Stepping in.
Oh. Okay. Still don't have the narrator, though. Maybe the bucket can supplant? What if I do this to try and activate the narrator? No? Hello. end is never the end. What if I click on this bunch of times? I don't know if it'll work, but we're here to find out. That's gonna do something on the next input. I know it. The bucket isn't the narrator, but it is a new element. So perhaps this new element can activate something. The bucket spoke before? Oh yeah, it did. But that was just the narrator saying what the bucket was saying. I don't think that was actually the bucket. How much time do you think the developer spent modeling this bucket? Was it? I don't remember that. Oh! Mystery solved, everyone. It's better off there. Spooky. What? Ah. So that was the bucket escape pod ending.
message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Why am I muted? Why was I muted? Blah.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really.
That has to be something,
I
right?
realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
We didn't do the red door before.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Beautiful. Amazing. You're more beautiful, Sheikah. I love you. Ooh, now it's green.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Oh. That's nice. Content warning. Everybody. Should I skip it? I mean, we know what is gonna happen. Skip it. Suicide ending. Something appeared at the top there. Did you see that?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, it's not a replacement bucket anymore. Yeah, I agree.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I think
Perhaps
soon
he
this will
wanted to
be
stop
the
by
last
employee
one for
lounge
going
first,
to the right.
just to admire it. And here it was.
At least the last one I
lounge.
know
But
or can
eager
think
to get
of.
back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Let's go.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We
Fired.
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
No
Perhaps
bucket.
He had simply missed a memo. When
What?
Stanley... Wait, what?
What? Huh?
No,
What?
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute
Yeah.
ago.
Very,
I'm
very
sure
useful
it's here
door.
somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come,
Oh.
Stanley. Let's find the story.
That actually startled me a little. Is this the back rooms? Hello?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
Yeah.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh no, I missed a memo. Okay, well, this is worse.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything.
Yep. Be more careful, whoever did that.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it
Uh-oh,
comes.
no Euclidean
Oh,
geometry.
wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this-
Okay.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this
Lovely.
the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Do you
this
remember,
is a Dead
Do you
by
know what?
Daylight room.
Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yeah!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
We did it.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some
Yeah, I
people
did.
win fair and
I'm
square,
great.
and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
All right.
All
Eh,
right.
oh,
I've got a
the
solution.
Stanley
This time,
2.
to make sure we don't get lost,
Parable
I've
2.
employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Innovation. Yeah, let's... Hello. Stop playing solitaire. Who actually plays solitaire?
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
It's over here.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it
You
another
do?
way, is the story
Why?
of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination
I
is
love you,
inevitably
Sheikah.
conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize.
This is my favorite
Not sure where
character.
I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh, I love this song. And then the fern joke.
Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
That certainly is a fern.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Oh, now it's just the regular Stanley Parable adventure line. Not the
You know
Stanley
what,
Parable.
Stanley? I
Okay.
say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Yeah, let's go this direction.
Now, yes,
I love
this
this
is
direction.
Exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go on.
Dragons.
Use your imagination.
Magic.
Whatever it might be, Stanley.
Lesbians.
I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again.
Hey.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Just give it the cold shoulder. Hell yeah. You know what I'm talking about, Sheikah.
A choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn
Bonk.
means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley.
Very
Our
logic.
destiny awaits.
Oh boy. They both lead to the same place.
Hold up, what's this?
Confusion ending.
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game what, eight times? That's really how all this goes?
After a long time, Stanley dies.
Determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me?
Damn,
Why don't
been
I
playing the
decide?
confusion ending for
Maybe
18
I get a
minutes.
say in all of this. Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be
error
trapped like this. I
error
won't
forgets about
restart the
previous
game. I
Stanley
won't
attempts
do it. I
to play
won't
the story,
do
but is
it. I won't
prevented.
do it.
Game restarts on its own.
Stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule?
So after
How would we even
this
know?
restart,
Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
we try to play the story, but
So,
is prevented.
okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh! That scared me. Alright, the confusion ending. Now we try to play the game
Stanley
normally.
had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
No, we can tell that we're back on the normal path because the bucket is there. Oh well. So I think that's
Stanley came to a set of
everything
two
for the
open
right
doors. He
path.
entered the door on his left.
Or at least everything that I could tell. So there's two left. Stairs, something to do with stairs, and nearby a fireplace. Can't really tell. Oh, 10 steps to a successful workplace investigation. It's not helpful. Beware the false prophet. Let's do 888. Yeah, I can't see them clearly enough. What happens if I do this again?
Oh no, No, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
I don't think he has anything to say.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I said by a fireplace. What the hell? It just opened on its own.
Here's the door. Just go.
Wow, rude. I can't even see the buttons now.
Eight.
8. Alright, so what should we do next? I want to see if I can no-clip out of place and fall off.
Stanley walked straight
Out
ahead
there.
through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Off of these. Look at how you do it.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
If I recall, it was like back over at the elevator
Now,
that
matters jumped to
happens.
life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives
Chair?
of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room.
Thank you.
If that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more,
Yes.
more.
Give
And I'm here
more.
to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for
Wow.
you. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call
Thank
this
you.
track, Good job, you've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Well done.
Thank you.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending, now it's an ending. And I believe in you, I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely getting ahead. Bomb of the mind control facility ending. Incredible.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
So because the bucket seems to change all dialogue, we're going to have to redo this stream with
When
just the
Stanley came to a
bucket.
set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So let's go downstairs because stairs something to do with stairs. Nice.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hey!
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back
Nice.
to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
Bigler Anlarines.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of
Do we
facing
want
his
to
boss,
skip?
admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a
We
competitive
do already
economy,
know
why
what's
had
going
he
to
taken that
happen.
risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made
Okay,
any
well it's
logical
gone now. I'm
sense.
holding F and
as
I
Stanley
can't,
pondered
so...
this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating?
All
No,
good.
Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people
I'm not
whose
muted, I'm
impressions
just
of
letting
her
it
would
speak.
affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Not a great ending, in my opinion. This could be the crazy ending. Do you think we get a special ending if we get all of the Stanley figure annuals?
Thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door,
Said there's no
I can make it
reward,
through
so
the
probably
wall.
not. Now, there's one at a fireplace.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door.
The only
to the left.
fireplace I can think of is in the boss's room, I think. Nearby a fireplace. There will be cleaning of this wall required. "666 lol." So that's... yeah, we got that one. We got that one. We got those 2. So that's in the elevator room. We'll do
to
the
a
escape
staircase,
ending.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Maybe it's in that nook that we saw. Hey! Not even in the nook.
The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Indeed. I got all the Stiggly Wigglies. Yeah, I'm here. I just tabbed out.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Yeah, let's do it. I love death.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I'm looking at the achievements that I got. Some aren't showing up, but some not entirely sure what to do
At this
about
point,
them.
Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward.
The Huntress at the end? Oh no. Not the Huntress. She's gonna snipe me from across the map.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
You think the museum
Stanley
will
can't
be
see
different?
the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow
Please do not
life.
pluck the eyeballs from blind people. They still need those.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Not the Stanley Parable
And
2?
yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every
Awesome.
path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Why is it cutting them off? It's cutting them off on lines that were fine before. This all looks the same. There are endings here? Okay. Maintenance room. The office. Are these new? Yes, Ultra Deluxe announcements. Wait. December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game's delay. Yeah, I remember that. That was fun. And then it took 4 years to come out. Capybaras? Oh, capybara. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. Well, we initially planned to use these further promotional materials. We never found the perfect use for them. Are you gay? Yes. Dear narrator, I appreciate the previous Stanley game as a work of art and a standalone title. I appreciate the credit given to art, which is why I'm eager to see... Okay. Will the Stanley Parable have infinite quests? How many endings? Is it really going to let me go shopping? I hope it will have a fine selection of desert boots. How do you make a JRPG? How do you make the worst game ever? What is the difference between a duck? How is the game going? I hope it's as good or better than the first one. From a cool man. Are you a rock? No comment. Could you tell me what the significance of the number 1112800 is? Well, the thing I want to know is, what would you do if Stanley entered any other rooms? For instance, on a scale of Max Ernst to Salvador Dali, how surreal will this game be? Were you born with a magnificent voice, or did you bargain? Okay. Well, congratulations. In line with our previous announcement regarding the ongoing promotion, here's the result. Who? Greetings, I wanted to tell you I liked the Stanley Parable as much as I like seeing a humorously small badger in swim trunks. Indeed, I liked it. Please, I would like you to keep this proposal as top secret and delete it if you are not interested and get back to me. Dear Strong Bad, how do you type with boxing gloves on? What do the lights in the control room do? I really want to know. Partner, I am Anthony Elias, business broker. Please partner with me in a very rewarding business venture. Y-mail, okay. What is your message for today? There's a skeleton inside you. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. Oh shit, that second one. Ooh. Hi Stanley, are you spying on me? The lounge. An early version of the lounge. A previous version of the choice link to the apartment ending, so that's what it's called, apartment. Apartment ending. Timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping off the path. First choice. One doorway to maintenance in the lounge. 2 doorways to maintenance. 1 doorway to maintenance in the lounge and the original back on track option. What about this? Vent! That's vent number 4, everybody. What is this? Zending. Screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as the Zending, cut and merged with another part of the game. Now we have something to look for. Escape menu. Ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. For a time, the elevator in the Mar room could go up and down, room above and count down below. Too difficult to remember what was up and what was down. Okay. Freedom ending. That's what it's called, not the normal ending. That's leaving. Hello? What was that noise? Don't like it, whatever it was. Yep, I remember this. Early designs of Stanley's office. Can we get up there? I don't see anything up there, so probably not. That's a good question, Chica. What is this?
Let's see. Stanley walked through the green door. Well, try the other one then. Then he pushed the number 8. Stanley jumped in the river.
Yeah, I wish I could hear the outtakes.
Oh, for crying... Is this that other building? Stanley stood on the roof. Stanley walked over the bridge. And finally, he pushed the number 8. Stanley pushed the big red button. Still nothing? I don't know. Well, in that case, I'll tell you what, you win. Congratulations.
Alright, it looks like that's everything then.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's.
Sag.
Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Rip. That will be the museum ending. So what more endings are there? There's the... that we know of. Whoa!
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Sure. We can do that. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. What? Where'd that go? Whoa.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Mine.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own.
Wait, it knows
just
the
by
order?
poking around by the red and blue doors. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
That's weird that it knows the order.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand?
A
Do you
third?
remember?
The boss bathroom. No. No, the first one was the one that I got there, and then it was the one that I just grabbed, so it was the warehouse.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the warehouse. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Indeed.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well,
We did?
I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Sure. Pink room. Bigley.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh, hell yeah! A classic. This is copyright music. Or maybe not. Hell yeah, Windows Movie Maker. I think it just kind of sounds like copyright music. Yeah, I did. This is incredible. Best boy.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
8 whole minutes, huh? Wow. Yeah, I remember this one. This was the last one.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here behind the boss's office. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments.
Yeah, bathroom was just pink, I guess.
Was exactly like.
Maybe we should revisit the bathroom. What?
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Oh, okay, bye, Memory Zone.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay
Unload.
here enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Ah, the memories.
Okay, yes, the back of the boss's office. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one
I'm gonna make
is
a
the most
video
distinct
essay
and clear
about
in
the
my mind.
Figlies.
Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yeah.
Yes, I love that video.
How long until somebody uploads that to YouTube?
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yeah, it's a pretty room. I like the apple.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding
I'm gonna do
these,
it.
really
Oh, I
would have
can't.
muted
I was
the
gonna try and
intrinsic
walk
joy
off.
of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
What if I go this way? Oh, nothing. Okay.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it.
This is
The
very
first one
obvious
we
commentary
found in the
on
exhibit where I
fetishizing
introduced
the
you to
past.
figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Ah, yeah, I remember this. Collectibles. Wow.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it.
I remember.
Time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
They both lead to 427.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions.
This therapy?
Decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Damn. It's actually pretty depressing when you really think about it. And you can tell that it's proper reset because all the papers, everything is
Stanley
here.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What were we going to do before it was hijacked?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We should check the boss's bathroom. Reboot the game entirely.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
You say so, boss. It's closing. What? What do you mean they got her? Crows, crows, crows. Davy Roden. It's 5:44. $45. Hang on, hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously, they just leave the clock set at noon and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience, you're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're saying are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Okay. Guys, what's my favorite time? I never thought about that.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427.
Yeah, I like that it's staying as the Stanley Parable too.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push.
Hey, I love you too, Sheikah.
This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I just got the welcome back achievement.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Now we need to see if that thing has changed.
When Stanley came to a
We
set
keep
of
getting
2 open
sidetracked.
doors, he entered the door and
Sidetracked. Oh,
Yet there was not a single person here either.
it's just back to normal
Feeling
now.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
It's just normal now. Okay.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned
Weird.
around and got back on track. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Maybe? Something we will never find out. I think my favorite time is 5:30 because that's when I get off. Oh, it's locked now. That's when I get off work.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Yeah, really.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked
We already did
into the
A.
passageway.
What do you mean? Remember? 8. 8. 8. I think it was a normal run.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this
Due to
place hold?
Mooney in my
Stanley
dreams?
thought to himself.
What?
Did he have the strength to find out?
A 2A45. I don't get it.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And
Oh,
Stanley,
okay.
one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
Never.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly
So what we're going
blind
to
the world?
do now
But here was the
is
proof.
we're going
The
to
heart
go
of
to
the
facility
operation.
power and
Controls labeled with emotions.
turn it
Happy
on.
Or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert it. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to
So what do we
understand,
do?
There's only so much that machine
The
can
numbers?
do.
I'm thinking the
You were
numbers. So
supposed to
1,
let it
2.
go. Turn the controls off.
What
and
number is
leave.
that up there?
If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have
think
nearly
that's
the
3
power
up
you
there.
think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley
That's
suddenly
5.
realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode,
Activate power
eliminating
cells.
the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You
Press
are
any
the star.
key.
It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires.
Oh,
This is much
okay,
better than what I had in mind.
blue.
What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it.
3.
Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means.
Is this 3 up here?
Where to start.
No, it's 4.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are. A moment of solace before you're obliterated.
Where's 3?
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna
Fail
die.
safe?
I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course,
What?
that
2?
wasn't merely in this instance.
I know
of
where
the
2
story.
is.
Sometimes when I tell it, I
It's over
simply let
here.
you sit there in your office forever, pushing
2.
buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
Oh,
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to
I don't know where
I have to say
where the
this, though,
purple button.
this
Oh, here
version
is.
has been rather amusing.
Incorrect.
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you. It's quite
3.
rich. I almost hate to see it
Active
go.
button, dark
But I'm sure
blue.
whatever I come up with on the next go around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what?
green,
Get on with it. I'm going to put
2.
some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds. Stanley.
green,
Time to
5?
grow
No.
trees.
Blue 3?
Dear me, what's the matter, Stanley?
I don't know where the
Is it that
button.
you
Oh,
have no
hello.
idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer
Blue
that something in this
3.
room was capable of turning it off? I mean,
5 is over there.
running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room.
So
These
3.
other buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything,
No.
anything, something here will
Yellow
save
4.
Me. Why would you think that,
I
Stanley?
pressed
That
yellow.
This video game can be beaten? One solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
4.
Stanley.
It looks
You're
like
in
they're
for
still
quite
on
a
the same one.
disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every
4
moment
different
that you're
yellow
powerless,
buttons?
to see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy
No.
it first, So you
Goodbye.
take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to strike.
I feel like this
30
is
seconds
possible,
until a big
though.
boom and then
There's enough added to this room that makes it
you
feel
being blown to
possible.
pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we
It's
fit in
okay.
until the moment I say happily
We can
ever
figure this out. That is the control ending. So there is an
All of
achievement
this
that I
trouble
see.
is gone.
That might be something unique. So 72. Five. 80. It says set everything to every possible. I'm not clicking those. 100.
This is a story of Stanley.
Hey, I got it. Sang's world champion.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What other... There's one that says complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes 22 seconds. Confuses me. Because you can do it in way less time by just closing the door.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's not forget about
Yet
the
there was
baby
not a
ending.
single person here either.
Baby
Feeling
game.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
8.
See? Baby game is 4 hours? Yeah, I know, I've seen people do it. That's definitely gonna be tomorrow's stream. Seen MatPat do it? I saw,
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
I forget
Mind
who,
Control
one of the Nichi
Facility.
Sanji English VTubers do it.
The lights rose on an
Oh,
enormous room
I'm
packed
sorry.
with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Do you work
Stanley
Monday,
thought to
Friday?
himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control
Sunday through Wednesday and Friday.
To believe it couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job?
So you don't
that
work
his emotions
Thursday
had
and
been manipulated
Saturday.
to accept it blindly?
Yeah.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the control.
So what is the plan?
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is
Press
that what
different
you wanted?
buttons?
Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it?
Press A key to
It's
send
your
power
time to shine.
surge.
You are the star.
So,
it's your story
2
now.
purples.
Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had
What?
in mind.
Oh,
What a
okay,
shame
nope.
we have so little time left to
3
enjoy it.
dark
Mere
blues. So
moments
1,
until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them
2,
is.
nope.
More time to talk about
4
you,
yellow.
about me. Where we're
1,
going,
nope.
What all this means. I
1
barely know where
blue.
to start.
Maybe I need to press it and then
You'd like to know where your
1
co-workers are. A moment of solace before
light
you're
blue.
obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you
Then send
exactly
power?
what happened to them. I erased them.
No.
I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever,
Wait.
pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
No?
Other times,
Wait,
I
1
let the
red.
office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room
Then
was
the
capable
button
of turning
3.
it off? I mean, look at you.
Yeah, the failsafe is new.
Button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these
Blue
colored ones. Or maybe
1.
this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
Wait.
Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game?
Oh, I get it.
One
Okay,
soul?
what was number
Do you
2?
have any idea what your
Number
purpose in
2
this place is?
was
But you really believe
yellow?
this answer? How many times will you replay this?
It was
looking
green.
desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000?
No.
I look forward to finding out and to
So
watching the
one
bomb
is...
drop
Oh,
each time
okay.
you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again.
4 is
And
yellow.
Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces.
Yeah, they do sometimes change. It's entirely possible that there is no way. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna pull up a guide. Bong bang. All endings and other fun secrets work in progress. So, the canonical ending, got that. Kaboom, got that. I'm just gonna copy all of these. And then mark off things that I know we got. So, we got the canonical and kaboom ending. I don't know what the safe and sound ending is supposed to be. The out of bounds ending, we got that. The existential nightmare, I think we got that. And the game development 101. The suicide ending. Wait. What is the existential nightmare ending? Oh, that's where you go out of bounds and say yes, I think. I'll just look. Oh, that's where you just close the door. Out of bounds. Existential nightmare. Yeah. And then button heaven. Game Dev 101. Suicide ending, museum ending. Like a marriage ending? You chose incorrectly. On your right, ride the cargo lift. Unplug. Confusion ending, escape pod ending. So we got all of the original endings. Awesome. So we got the jump circle, which isn't listed here actually. Oh, the hole is the hole in the Stanley Parable 2. Stanley the Literary Genius, we got that. The Bomb of the Mind Control, yup. O ye of little faith. He named the endings in the table of contents differently than he named them in the actual thing. Oh. Yes, I got that one. That's actually all of the new endings, with the exception of bucket endings. So now it's just time for bucket endings.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Stanley
first-
the bucket tightly to his chest and
Yeah.
entered the door on his left.
We need to fall down out of bounds in the mind control facility. So you can't
Still no one was
escape
here.
that.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk, nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
That kind of sucks that we burned through all the content that quickly. But hey, whatever. Assuming that is all of the content.
Plummeting towards an unknown
This guide is a
fate.
work in progress.
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be
Stanley
fine.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Bucket?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I'm very happy that they rewrote all of the game's dialogue to include the bucket. It was this one, right? Yep.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned
Yay,
his fall.
thank you, bucket.
Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed.
Ooh.
It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well,
Aww.
and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility.
This is lovely.
This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake.
Damn,
to
this
leave
is
the
me.
path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending.
This is
made
me.
no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually.
This bucket is my best
It's
friend.
what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again,
I'll bring you everywhere with me, Sheikah.
Stanley clutched
I
the
love
bucket
you.
tightly to his. This was not the correct way to
You
the
give me
meeting room.
warmth and
Stanley
comfort.
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You need to be sus. With the bucket.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number...
That's
I don't even know.
Hoxton's voice
I've lost
actor.
track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Cthulhu wasn't happy with him. He wanted that bucket, and he wanted it now. That was an actually scary ending, yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
How many
decided to go to the
YouTube
meeting
theory
room.
videos
Stanley
do you
picked up the
anticipate
bucket
there
and
to be
smiled.
about that
He'd
ending?
never be alone again. Not truly alone. Not with the bucket around.
Wait, where am I going?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift.
Good, said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I love you, Bucket. I'll do anything you tell me to do. I trust you, Bucket.
No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign
No
right there.
buckets
It says,
past this
no
point.
buckets past this point.
Hey!
How could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I
This is
suppose
a
that would
bucket.
explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, stay
Whoa.
here for a moment.
No, you're cute and lovable. Is this?
Now,
Oh,
I'm going
it's
to run you through
it's
some test
cake.
scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This
That's
should tell us
really
everything
recent.
we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
That's
Item
a
one.
bucket.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket,
Oh.
not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
I don't see anything off about it. Yes?
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh no.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No?
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
This is a bucket.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
I'm stupid, okay?
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh, okay. I guess that was a
Item
bucket.
6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What? Hold on, explain it. Explain that.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost
This is
all
incredible.
sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us
Is
know
this
what
a
bucket is?
sandwich?
Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Jill's sandwich? Is Jill a sandwich?
Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game
Everything
a
was
bucket?
secretly buckets.
God, I had no idea. How could... Except
Countdown to
I'm
all
not a
of the
bucket
bucket
after all.
stores
And you, Stanley,
having reviews
you're
like,
still
I
here.
love
You're
this
not a
bucket.
either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket.
Are
If you run into
Pop-Tarts
anyone
a
else,
bucket?
really don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
So basically
Stanley
every
put the door
classic
on the
ending
left
has
to
a
go back
bucket
to the meeting
variant.
room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I will obey the bucket. This bucket is the new main character of gaming.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Is this Stanley's house or apartment? Oh, hello. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press V to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give him orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
This is the companion cube. Take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
To go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
Or
That's
solids.
it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press N for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This
Where'd the
stupid
bucket
hunk
go?
of metal.
Where's the bucket? Oh, there he is. Nor anyone in your life except me. Uh-oh.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
To relive this same day with me over and over. I don't think I like this. Oh dear.
Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket?
Oh.
Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
I'm gonna fuck this bucket. Go back to work, Stanley. I'm gonna fuck this bucket. Bucket.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally.
Nope,
This is
I have my
great,
bucket.
He thought. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Has
That the employee lounge was
the
simply a
developers
place
of
to
this
be.
game
And here it
announced
was. Had the
what
bucket turned out to be
specific
correct? Was this no,
brand of
never
bucket
mind. The bucket was
this
wrong.
bucket was based
Stanley
on?
took the door on his left to
And
go
are
back,
they
and so
sold
the two
out?
of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find it eventually.
Hello?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes.
No,
Not this
I want the bucket.
that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time.
It's mine.
Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make
No.
the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
No, I want the bucket. No, bucket. Bucket. Okay, I think I have to.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, I love drugs and hookers.
Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I'm not giving it up. It's my bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True,
No.
It also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No. I love Bucket. Me and Bucket are in a committed
Now listen to me.
relationship.
It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even
It's a
say
three-dimensional
that about? The broom
character.
closet? Certainly. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
No.
Quickly now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley.
No,
Give the fans
I am the
what they
fans,
want.
and I'm
Hurry
not
up.
gonna do it. My bucket. What is that? Oh, it's the Bucket Destroyer.
My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Goodbye, Bucket Destroyer. We won't miss you.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself.
Bucket.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
This next
Stanley
one...
clutched the bucket tightly.
Oh, I actually missed it already.
All of his co-workers were... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Out of bounds with Bucket.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed,
Wars?
desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. Of hope and
Bucket is a
redemption,
war
and its
baron?
crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more, There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first
Oh,
ensnared
the
me in his
lore.
machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not
The
conceive
lore.
the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You
Bucket lore.
Hey, bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved
Oh
us
my
from the
God.
bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations
yes.
to summon their true power.
I
Otherwise, you
did.
would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
I definitely knew that.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others.
Hey, buddy.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
So this isn't the last bucket one, but it's the one that I want to do next because I'm going to end stream after this.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
It's a very strange one, which is why I'm picking this to be the last one. Are great storytellers.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Bucket's like, alright, if you say so.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
I love the number 3.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Number 3 is great.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Yes.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket,
Woo-woo.
and the bucket said nothing.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto.
I'll do a
of truth
threesome
and
with you,
passion.
Sheikah.
He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence, crushed by a wave of
This is how it
rejection.
feels
Stanley returned
playing
to the
games to people who don't know games or that game.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
We're gonna be doing this for a bit. Extra long stream for no reason. I love you, Sheikah. Let's have
Said
sex.
Stanley, I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised a
Live on
press
stage.
conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
3.
This
Three.
was it.
3.
One last chance to
3.
win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved.
When you're autistic
Uninteresting,
and your
he was a
hyperfixation
failure.
is something
And
nobody
in that moment,
understands.
Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Damn, that's too real. despite being about bucket. Well, that's gonna be it for today's stream. Oh, little bug there. Thank you all for watching. Hope you all enjoyed it. I did. That's why I streamed for 5 hours. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you all have a good day or night or evening or what have you. Peace.